from a person who has very little knowledge on serious matters of law as such which were being addressed in that internal memo.
So, Council, in finality of this matter, you want to say that the document forming basis of defense of the governor has elements of forgery, especially on this internal memo?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, sir.
That is all for us.
Council, you can proceed with the cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of time constraints, I will go direct to the issue at hand. I'll call you by your formal names, Linda Gaki Kiome, for purposes of these proceedings. So, Linda Gaki Kiome, please confirm for the record that you are an advocate of the High Court of Kenya.
Indeed so, Mwalimu.
Thank you so much. You're aware that the issue you have now brought before this Senate is a controversy as to whether you issued the advice in question or you did not issue the advice in question. Is that a correct summary of the issue?
Indeed so.
Thank you so much. The governor's case, from your reading of the response to the impeachment, that she received this advice. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Your position is that it is not you who issued this advice.
That is true.
Just for my own understanding, is it your case that the governor, as a matter of fact, never received this advice?
I may not know, but I am not the one who prepared this document, and I am not the one who signed this document. In fact...
Sorry, Linda, let's just, the time here is such a big issue. I wanted just a clarification. Is it your case that, as a matter of fact, the governor never received this advice?
From me? No.
No, I'm not saying from you. I'm saying, as a matter of fact, you never received it.
I may not know.
You do not know. And what would bother this Senate, if I sat where the senator's seat would be, why would you come to make this kind of grave claims against the governor? That is a legitimate question, isn't it?
Indeed so.
Let's see whether we can find an answer to that question. Linda, your services as the legal advisor to the governor were terminated by the county government of Meru, were they not?
They were terminated.
I'm happy. I just want to confirm that fact. Now, you did not take this lying law. You filed Meru Employment and Labor Relations case number E022 of 2024 against the governor's government of Meru. So not true?
That is true.
So you have an active dispute with the governor of Meru, don't you?
Indeed so.
Thank you so much. Prior to this, Linda, you are the running mate to the Honorable Mithika Linturi in a ticket adverse to the governor's ticket in the last general election. Is that true or not true?
That is true, honorable members.
Thank you so much. And you are a resident of Meru County.
I am a resident of Meru County.
It is fair to say that the governor, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, does not enjoy a very good relationship with Honorable Mithika Linturi. Is that a fair assessment?
That is not a fair assessment, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members.
Okay, let me put it contrary. The governor enjoys a fantastic working relationship with the Senate, with Honorable Mithika Linturi. Is that now a fair assessment?
Mwalimu, if you had let me finish.
No, you have answered my question. I have limited time. The speaker there knows just how much time I have, and therefore I'm asking very limited questions. You said it is not fair that the governor does not enjoy a good relationship. I'm therefore suggesting to you, confirm, that the governor, Kawira Mwangaza, enjoys a fantastic working relationship with the person to whom you are the running mate, Honorable Mithika Linturi. Is that a fair assessment?
I may not know their...
You do not know. I'm happy with that answer. You are aware that there was an impeachment motion in Meru County Assembly by the same mover of the motion that brings us here today, just this month of July. True or not true?
I am aware.
And you are aware that in that impeachment motion, your termination, the termination of your services as the legal advisor to the governor was an issue raised for removal of this governor from office.
I saw the impeachment motion and I confirm that is the position.
Thank you so much, Linda. Linda, if I look at your affidavit, you want to make us believe that the person who drew your attention to the fact that this legal advice is here in Senate was Honorable D.M.K. Kiogora. Is that correct?
Honorable members, that is the true fact.
Thank you so much. Honorable D.M.K. Kiogora is the same person who moved the first impeachment motion against this governor before this Senate. True or not true?
That is true.
Thank you so much. Honorable D.M.K. Kiogora is the same person, is one of the people who signed on the motion in support of the removal of this governor, which motion brings us here today. True or not true?
That is true.
That is true. And therefore, it is fair for us to conclude, is it not, that you are actually procured by those who are against the governor to come and state what you have stated before this Senate. Isn't that a fair assessment?
It is a very unfair comment, Mwalimu.
Thank you so much. I'll leave with that. Allow me to move to something else very small, very little. We want us to believe that you came to this Senate as an independent witness, not one of those witnesses summoned by the county assembly. No, I mean, voluntarily giving evidence for the county assembly.
I came here to clear my name.
You came here to clear your name. But somehow, as early as yesterday, in advance of the county assembly's application today to this Senate, you had a ready affidavit to support their evidence.
I sent that affidavit to the Speaker at 10 p.m. at night.
But how was it received? The copy have been served does not have any receiving stamp in this Senate. How was it received?
I may not know how it was received, but I sent it to the email of the Speaker of this Senate.
Oh, it's your testimony this affidavit was sent in soft copy?
I did so, but I also sent DM Kiogora to ensure that it has been served.
You also dispatched DM Kiogora,
yes,
a signatory, yes, to the impeachment motion against this government to follow this governor, to follow up for you that this has been received here. True or not true?
Honorable Speaker.
You also sent DM Kiogora, didn't you?
I asked him to confirm.
Correct. Let's use the word asked to save time. You also asked him to confirm for you. True or not true?
It is true.
Thank you so much, Linda. Having said that, in the case you have filed at Meru Employment and Labor Relations Court, case number E022 of 2024, one of your witnesses in that case is Virginia Kawira. You know that?
No, she is not my witness. I have sued the county public service together with the governor.
Yes, I'm asking, is Virginia Kawira one of your witnesses in that case?
She is not one of my witnesses, honorable members.
Let me move in finalization of this matter. The opinion in question has a signature. Does that signature resemble your signature?
It resembles, I said it mimics my signature.
I'm asking a different term. Does it resemble your, does it look like your signature?
It resembles my signature.
Thank you so much. It was issued during your term in office.
I may not know, but the dates are within
the date is with the term when you are in office.
Indeed so.
During that term, you used to render legal advice to the governor.
At that time,
during that period in office,
the governor had already asked me to make a resignation.
I'm asking, that time you were in office, has your service has been terminated?
The governor was only waiting to write for me a letter to dismiss me. Verbally, she had asked me to resign in December 2023.
Sorry, Linda, let me ask you a question let me go back a little. Is your advocate in your case in Meru, Ngwele and Company Advocates?
He is.
That case was filed on 21st May 2024.
It is.
You filed a list of witnesses in that case.
Yes, I did.
You are witness number 1 in that case.
In fact,
You are witness number 1 on that list of witnesses in that case.
yes.
Would it surprise you that in soft copy in front of me is that list of witnesses with Virginia Kawira Miriti as your witness number 2? Would it surprise you?
At the time,
Would it surprise you?
it will not surprise me.
So it is true that in that court case, the list of witnesses filed there for you lists Virginia Kawira Miriti as your witness.
At the time before the same
Is
Virginia,
it true that that list filed in that court lists Virginia Kawira Miriti as your witness number 2?
it does.
Thank you so
But
much.
circumstances changed.
I have no problem with that. At least this Virginia Kawira Miriti is the same person the county assembly has also applied to come here today and also give evidence that they were not able to procure her earlier as a witness.
Come again?
Today, the county assembly applied for some witness summons. Are you aware that together with you, they also sought that Virginia be summoned?
I'm not aware.
I'm now putting to you as a fact that she was also summoned. Now, I want to suggest to you that these coincidences are too fantastic to be merely coincidental.
Honorable members, I was later dismissed after I filed my suit by the same Virginia Kawira, and she signed a dismissal letter against me. And now circumstances have changed. She is no longer my witness. And we have admitted to the court to ask to amend our pleadings to reflect as much. So she's not my witness.
To your knowledge, do you know of a further list of witnesses filed in that case?
I may not reflect my...
A researcher going to that court file will find only one list of witnesses listing you and Virginia.
Indeed so.
Thank you. The same Virginia who you also know has sued the county governor for the termination of the revocation of her appointment as the secretary to the service board.
I do not know.
You do not know that fact. But I'm suggesting to you that all these things I have pointed here, if you sat as an objective observer, will show that you have a bone to pick with the governor.
If I was to bring my statements for calls, I have never talked to Virginia, nor to any other member of the county.
The question was
assembly.
different. I'm saying all this filing of the case, your Mithika's running mate, your name was in the impeachment motion. I would have gone into the public participation where your name was mentioned multiple times as the reason for this motion before us. We shall submit that letter to the senators because the record is before them, show that generally you have some bone to pick with the governor. There's a quarrel you have with the governor because your services were terminated.
I have no quarrel with the governor. In fact, when I received my appointment letter, it is the former cabinet secretary for agriculture, Mithika Linturi, who told me, go and help my sister in Meru County.
Thank you
and
so much.
she also affirmed that while she was giving me my appointment letter. I have no fight with the governor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know, Linda, there is something in the Bible called the keys of betrayal. But thank you so much. I will not rest at that.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my name is Kawira Mwangaza. I'll take very few minutes in re-examination. Re-exam. Madam Linda,
Yes.
did the governor
Council,
give you...
you only have 14 minutes.
I'll take
just be
less
aware.
than that, Mr. Speaker. Did the governor give you the job knowing that you are the deputy governor to Honorable Mithika Linturi?
She did.
Did the governor seems to be having a litany of cases against her former employees?
Come again, Council?
The governor seems to be having so many cases in court with her former employees. Are you aware of that?
I am aware.
You are asked whether the issues, several issues have been raised before this Senate. The issue of whether you have filed a case and whether Virginia is your witness. And the issue in question is the memo. Is it your evidence that the signature does not belong to you?
Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the Senate, I am an advocate of the High Court. I would not come to lie to honorable members. This is not my signature. This signature has been lifted from previous documents and placed on this document.
And would you know whether the governor really received that evidence, that advice, when it's not you who gave it to her?
I may not know, Mr. Speaker, signed honorable members.
Now, what is the case that has been mentioned as relating to the question of the internal memo? Is there any relationship?
There's no relationship. This is about legal advice. And I have come to clear my name. Why? Because of the mediocrity of the advice. I would have wanted to also be a national leader. I had applied to be a PS. If I come to the committee that hears, the appointments from the national government, and such a document is presented as to have emanated from me, how would I speak for myself? How would I defend myself? The only reason I am here is to clear my name, and I am so disappointed that such a document would be forged with my name by Her Excellency. I have no ill feelings whatsoever against the governor.
A link has been laid that the honorable member who called you, relating the honorable member to the first impeachment motion. My question to you is there a relationship, or what came before the first impeachment and your internal memo, the forged internal memo?
Come again, Council?
There is a link that has been created.
Yes.
That you are here to perpetuate the deeds of the honorable member who called you to report to you about the internal memo. The question is, the first impeachment that was moved by the said honorable member, was it before the forged signature?
It was before the forged signature.
So you cannot be a conduit of the said member, can you?
No, I am not.
That's all, Mr. Honorable Speaker.
Counsel, legal counsel for the Assembly, just be aware that you only have 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr.
to
Speaker.
conclude with providing your evidence and witnesses.
We are most humbled. Within the 10 minutes, kindly allow us to call our next and last witness, one Jacob Kirari. Mr. Mawira will take the witness.
Sergeant at Arms. Sergeant at Arms, please bring the witness in. Yes, Mr. Senator Faki, what is your point of order?
At some point, you had indicated that we'll be given us give the senators opportunities to ask questions. Was that overruled?
No, we are actually approaching to that time. We are approaching to question time very soon.
Okay.
Counsel, you can have your witness being sworn in. Sergeant at Arms, kindly facilitate the swearing in of the witness.
I, Jacob Kirari, do solemnly affirm that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be truth, the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. Honorable Speaker, my name is Boniface Mawera. I will take this as a witness through cross-examination. Yes. I have very few questions for you, Mr. Witness. Kindly introduce yourself. What is your name? My name is Jacob Kirari, clerk to County Assembly of Meru. Okay. Honorable Speaker, when we made the request for summons in the morning, we requested that the clerk avail the original register of documents that are received by the County Assembly as and when they are served. He has the original register here. But I don't know, senators, and I'm truly sorry for this, because it's just arrived with this original register. You might not have the benefit of the copies, because it just arrived a few minutes ago, I'm told. So probably after this, copies of this original register can be made for the benefit of the Speaker and the honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, I would desire to respond to that request before a ruling is made.
All right, counsel for the governor, you had an intervention.
Mr. Speaker, the procedure of this House is that the notice by the clerk gave all of us up to Saturday, the 17th of August this year to furnish our documents to the clerk. My colleagues will confirm we actually, both of us, met at the clerk's office at the same time. In fact, the clerks didn't have to incur any expense serving these documents. The parties just exchanged the documents there. We have just dealt with our witness here, whose affidavit was brought to us for the first time when we were sitting here. All this information you have seen me using to cross-examine, we have had to collect it, including getting information from court in Meru to confirm who these witnesses are, because she had lied to you that so-and-so is not my witness, Virginia is not my witness. I had to get that evidence from Meru. It is an unfair approach to a trial for parties to keep subjecting us to new documents that we have not had a chance to discuss with our client and other persons who may have knowledge, so that we can fairly engage in cross-examination. Mr. Speaker, sir, I humbly beseech that parties having filed their documents, this witness evidence be limited to commenting on the documents already filed and not introducing new documents. It is becoming an extremely punitive trial process to we as counsel and to our client if we will continue facing a trial by ambush. Fortunately for me, this Senate has a number of lawyers who know just how egregious trial by ambush is to our justice system. We are here in a justice process. We beseech you, Mr. Speaker, to make a definitive ruling that the evidence of this witness is limited to commenting on the documents already filed by the parties, where both parties have had a fair chance to look at, and not ambushing us with the new documents, which we don't know how we shall interrogate them before we cross-examine them. I humbly beseech you.
Council Longoya, you will note that in the morning there was an application under Regulation 10 by the Council for the County Assembly with regard to these two particular witnesses. And that is the basis upon which they were allowed to come in and was summoned. The first witness has already been dealt with, and you've dealt with it very well, whichever way you did, whether you, out of your ability to do it, you've done within that short time. I believe equally that this particular witness, because of the summons that the House issued earlier on, will, because we haven't yet seen the documentation they are going to rely on, it will be on the basis of your documents and whatever register that we will shortly direct that it be availed to the members and the House for them to be able to interrogate as the witness proceeds to testify. So I believe that in the shortest time that we have, we will have the witness take the stand and will be guiding the witness along the way. Counsel for the Assembly proceed to take the witness and make available the document that you would want to have your witness testify on.
Honorable Speaker, the witness has come with the original register. For context, Honorable Speaker, the reason this witness has been summoned is because we discovered forgeries in the governor's documents after we exchanged documents on Saturday at around 6 p.m. And that is the only reason this witness is a fairly short witness. And in our summons, we requested that he avail the original register. There is only one original register, and this is the original register he has brought for all the letters and all the correspondences that are served on the county assembly. So I would implore, Honorable Speaker, and I would seek your guidance as to whether you can assist us to make copies so that they are available to members, or the original register can be circulated to members. I'm lost, Honorable Speaker.
Counsel, we will, as you run the witness to the document, we will need definitely for you to table the original document, as well as making available copies for counsel, for the governor, as well as the House to interrogate whether or not we will admit it, but we must get a copy of that register. Senator Faki, what's your point of order?
I'm trying to understand this procedure. You know, what I understand is that whatever evidence that was before the county assembly is what was brought here. Now, if they are bringing in new evidence, I don't think it is admissible.
Senator Faki, if you followed the proceedings in the morning pursuant to the application made and the ruling of the Speaker, the reason as to why we have this witness is on the basis of that ruling. That has not been vacated. We are proceeding to deal with it. Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, it will be academic for us to proceed in the manner that has been suggested by the Council for the Assembly, because we cannot listen to the submissions and entertain the interrogation if we do not have visibility of the documents or records. We are the judges in this matter. We are not spectators. And, Mr. Speaker, I know there is a past impeachment proceeding where we found ourselves in such a situation, where a witness had been summoned and the documents had not been availed to members of the Senate, and the Speaker, sitting where you're sitting, Mr. Speaker, sir, made a ruling that we could proceed with the next witness, and if we don't have the next witness, then the House could consider listening to the testimony of the witness tomorrow in the morning, when all members are able to be seized of the records or the substance that he wants to use to convince the Senate. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let's not do an academic exercise.
Senator Kajwang, the ruling I've made is to the effect that we get a document in the form of register for purposes of the members to interrogate, as well as the counsel for the governor. This is the last witness by the County Assembly, and they have limited time. You know, we are prosecuting this motion within limited timelines. And therefore, we will, in the next 5 minutes, be able to conclude on this particular document availed to members. Then we close on this particular case. For now, the position is we will avail the document they will rely on, as well as, if any, important comments they would want to make or interrogate on the evidence that already had been supplied by both parties. I do not want to deviate from that early ruling. We will give them a few minutes to avail that document, then we proceed. Very well, I'll not allow you to intervene any further, Senator Faki. What we will do, I'll give directions to the effect that we will stand down this particular witness. We have got questions, clarifications by members from among the witnesses who already testified, we will go back to that one, get those clarifications. Once we are done, we will come back to this particular witness as we close, because at that time, we will have had time to look at the document, including giving an opportunity to the counsel for the governor to look at that particular register before they take the witness to the stand. So can we have the witnesses who already testified, starting probably with the first witness, be put to the stand? Let members avail questions and clarifications and inquiries they would like to have from that particular witness, so that we immediately embark on that session. Then once we are done, we go back to the gentleman who was on the stand. That is the direction of the chair. The witness can step back as we prepare to avail that document to the House.
We are most obliged, Mr. Chair.
Now, honorable members, the witness is already here, and for purposes of time management, we will take questions and clarifications from the witness. Each member is required within under 2 minutes for purposes of their questions to inquire, to ask, to get clarification, because we have got 1 hour starting from now. This session should end 1 hour after 9:15, that is at 10:15. And from my dashboard, I can see the request which are from members is almost to everyone in the House. So when you have the opportunity to ask, kindly do so under 2 minutes, because if you do not, make sure you go straight to the question, straight to the inquiry you want to make. Do not unnecessarily waste time in laying a lot of foundation. So I'll go straight to, well, whoever is not in will forfeit, of course, the opportunity. The next online, Senator Roba. Senator Roba is not in. Senator Joe Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, and I think I want to seek clarification from the witness, and I hope she's listening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a video that was played that showed one person that was said to be an activist in Meru talking about something very malicious against the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I would like the witness to tell us the circumstances surrounding those comments. Mr. Speaker, number two, there was a fire in the witness's compound, Mr. Speaker, but looking at the image on the video, the fire was just next to the wall. There was some goods that would have been destroyed by this fire, but which did not catch fire? Would the witness clarify exactly how the fire that was supposed to be damaging to her property actually fell just next to the wall? Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like the witness to clarify and tell us, because there is a claim that there was a particular disease that was killing cattle in Meru, Mr. Speaker. Would the witness tell us whether she made a statement to the county assembly or a question or even a petition in the county assembly? Being a member of the county assembly, Mr. Speaker, instead of prosecuting this matter in public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are the clarifications I'll be seeking from the witness. Thank you.
Madam Zipora, you may respond directly to those 3 questions.
The comments made by the activists against this house, this honorable house, I started by saying I regret those comments. They are not part of, they don't form the opinion of the County Assembly of Meru on the opinion of this house. And I also trust they don't form the opinion of the Meru people. And according to the video, because I was not present in that meeting, it shows that there was some, the video shows that there were some prayers for the late blogger that we've talked about. And it is in those circumstances that the person who talked about or who gave those comments commented on that. And personally, I may not really understand why the activists went into castigating this honorable house in his own comments. I believe it is unfortunate, unwarranted, uncalled for, and I highly regret that. I personally also disassociate myself from the comments. I don't share the same opinion.
You have answered that one. I want
Yes.
you to answer the second and third question in under 1 minute. We are running against a crazy timeline.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well guided. On the second question on the fire, I informed this house, and I again submit, that the fire was thrown into my home from the fence. It did not originate. It did not originate from my house. And then there is some distance between the cow shed that you saw and the wall, that is the fence. And
That is the reason as to why it was not able to burn the cow shed, because there's some distance. And again, the watchman who was awake at that particular time, you could see him coming and trying to find out what has caused the fire with a torch. And it is from that instance that the watchman woke up those who take care of the cows to come and assist him put off the fire. So I again submit that fire, I cannot confirm the origin of the fire, but it was thrown. And indeed, when I reported to the police, they came, collected the exhibits, including what was thrown into my compound, and it was smelling a lot of petrol. And even now, they have those exhibits at Nkobu police station. On point number 3, I submit that the disease that the farmers from Moruko were talking about was the rampant skin disease. And indeed, I submit to this house that I'm also a farmer. I do farming. I also end a challenge. But I submit that I did not seek a statement in the County Assembly of Meru. I did not file a petition, but I can say I have sought over 15 statements of other issues in the County Assembly of Meru. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I will allow Senator Manzo, Daniel Tonga, and shortly after Senator Manzo, I'll ask Senator Wakoli to also ask both, so that you answer the 2 senators at once. Senator Manzo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, about the fire on the County Assembly, you already provided a video on your house. Is there any evidence that the County Assembly ever caught fire? And if it did, how come you still went on to spend the night there and still use the chamber the next day? And secondly, on the diseases of the cows, I believe these cows are owned by individuals, and they are also associated with a cooperative society. When a disease breaks out, do the owner of the animals immediately seek their own private vet, or will it take a long process to go to the county government, whereby the county government then has to go through a procurement process? What would be the most logical thing to do for an owner of a cow which gets sick? And we saw those videos, the people complaining, whether they will immediately go on to deal with it, or look for the county government is a long route. And finally, on Buri, you showed a video on Buri, and somebody said that Buri will burn down. Can you confirm to the Senate whether the whole of Buri sub-county was burned down? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Okoli.
Thank you very much.
Madam Zipora, you will wait for the second set of questions from Senator Okoli, then you answer both at once.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Ningependa kumuuliza Mheshimiwa MCA, katika mkutano wa wakulima pale ambapo ng'ombe walikuwa wanafariki kutokana na ugonjwa wa ngozi. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba utulivu kati ya viongozi wenzangu.
Majority Leader and Senator Cherargei, please allow Senator Wafula to be heard in silence.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Ningependa kujua iwapo katika mkutano huo kulikuwa na maafisa wa kaunti ambao walijiunga nawe kushuhudia vifo vya ng'ombe na mifugo kwa sababu ya maradhi ya ngozi. Na jambo la pili, katika jumba la county pale ambapo mlikesha usiku kwa sababu ya hofu ya kushambuliwa, iliweza kunakiliwa katika vitabu vya jumba lenu la wakilishaji wa wadi kwamba maisha yenu yako hatarini, na kwamba tukiangalia stakabadhi za chumba chenu tutaweza kuthibitisha kwamba ni haki na ni ukweli kwamba viongozi walikuwa wametafuta hifadhi kwa sababu ya shutuma ama vitisho mlivyokuwa mnapata kutokana na kazi ambayo mlikuwa mmejitwika katika kaunti yenu. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
You may now proceed to respond to those questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. On about the fire in the Assembly, I submit that I was inside the Assembly and the fire started, the fire, I saw the fire on the roof of the Assembly from inside. And I submit that a report was made, a report on the occurrence was made at the Meru police station. And Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I submit that the County Assembly of Meru has a CCTV footage, although I did not have adequate time to extract the CCTV footage. It can be evidence and good evidence and can really give us the evidence on how the Assembly was touched. Then on the disease, I would want to know that it is true that the individual farmers take care of their animals, especially when the animals have some problems. But I submit that the issue of vaccination is a very, very big issue that is usually done by the government simply because the farmers cannot be able to keep those vaccines. There is no single practitioner, private practitioner who vaccinates the cows. The practitioners cannot. Number two, the farmers may not be able to. To afford the vaccines, which are very expensive, and actually in the past, as it is the standard practice, the government subsidizes the vaccinations to ensure even these diseases do not spread. Because a disease can be read by a farmer who is ignorant and then it spreads, and this disease wipes out all the cows. Then I would also want to submit on the land issue about Bore. The public participation in Bore that the officer is purporting to disrupt. He tried to disrupt the public participation, but our staff from the county assembly tried to insist on those that wanted to participate to write memorandums, written memorandums. So from Bore sub-county, we relied heavily on written memorandums because many of the participants shied away from the public participation venues because of the same threats. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sorry, the second question, I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker and the members.
Proceed.
Then on the second one, about the disease, I submit that I did not say there was a meeting. I said these farmers consulted me or talked to me about their plight. They explained to me that they suffered these losses, and we did not have any meeting. And I submitted that immediately I got the report. I called the director, livestock production and veterinary services, to find out why the county, as it is the norm, was not vaccinating cows at this particular time. And that is the great effort that I made, and it was to no avail because we did not get any assistance. On the county assembly, again, I have noted that the county assembly, the reports by the investigators indicated that it was a petrol bomb and I read those charges here. It was a petrol bomb that was thrown. It was actually, retrieved by the investigators, and they have it as part of their evidence as they were charging these criminals. And again, I would want to say, I submitted that the members of the county assembly, including I, were feeling threatened, and that is exactly why the members of the county assembly slept in the chamber in order to be able to secure their security. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Osotsi Godfrey. And after Senator Osotsi, we'll have Senator Kinyua. Then you will answer to those two senators.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have two clarifications. The first clarification, Mr. Speaker, is on the petition number 5 by the members of the public to the County Assembly of Meru, which was filed on the 15th November 2023. Mr. Speaker, you note that this was just 7 days after the last impeachment, which we had done on the 8th of November. So I'd like to find out from the witness whether you find this to be a bit sinister, because this particular petition was calling for the impeachment of various CECs and various chief officers by the County Assembly and their further dismissal by the Governor. Was this a continuation of your effort to derail the county government of Meru? The issue number 2 is that, Mr. Speaker, the witness confirmed to this House that she's a member of the PAC committee. And being a member of the PAC committee, obviously she has interacted with the Public Audit Act, which, if you read under Section 31, Section 50, and Section 53 of the Public Audit Act, it is very clear that the report of the Auditor General has to be considered, processed, and reported to in the County Assembly. And
Senator Osotsi, your time is up. You've asked the first question. Senator Kinyua, kindly ask your share of questions.
Asante Bwana Spika. Swali langu ni kwanza, Bwana Spika, katika kanda za video ambazo
Order, honorable senators. Order, honorable members. Let's have Senator Kinyua heard in silence.
Bwana Spika, katika kanda za video tulizoonyeshwa hapa, tulionyeshwa ya kwamba Governor Kawira akisema ya kwamba kuna pesa ambazo zimechangwa. Bwana Spika, ilinikanganya kidogo kwa sababu iko mahali alipokuwa akiongea na Kimeru, alisema ya kwamba pesa ambazo zimekusanywa ni milioni 87. Lakini akiongea katika lugha ya Kiswahili alisema pesa ambazo zimekusanywa ni milioni 60, na ndiposa alikuwa akisema ya kwamba zinaweza zikajenga nyumba ya orofa kwa yule mjane, hata vile vile anunuliwe gari. Bwana Spika, katika video nyingine, kanda nyingine ya video, nikamsikia MCA akisema ya kwamba Governor wa Meru ni wazimu. Lakini baadaye alipokuwa akiulizwa hapa akasema ya kwamba alinukuliwa vibaya. Bwana Spika, sasa mimi nashindwa kama yeye mwenyewe alimnukuu Governor wa Governor wa Meru na kusema ya kwamba yeye Governor wa Meru amesema mambo mawili ambayo haambatani. Pesa zilizokusanywa ni milioni 87. Tena kwa Kiswahili nikasikia akisema yeye anaweza kusema alinukuliwa vibaya kwa sababu inaonekana wazi ya kwamba amesema mambo mawili. Akiongea na Kimeru akasema tofauti, akiongea na Kiswahili akasema tofauti. Yeye mwenyewe anaweza kusema ya kwamba alinukuliwa vibaya, Bwana Spika, katika lile tuhuma ambayo imeletwa katika Senate hii. Nashukuru Bwana Spika.
Zipora responds to those two questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators. The question on petition number 5 that was presented to the County Assembly on 15th November 2023. I may not be in a position to explain whether it was a sinister motive, because the members of the public that presented this petition did it on their own variation, and the petition number 5 of the petition number 5 was committed by the Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru to a joint committee on labor and justice of two committees that I'm not a member. So just like any other person, I consumed that report, just like any other member of the County Assembly is not a member of that committee, those two committees. I consumed that report, Honorable Speaker and the members, only on the day it was tabled on the floor of the House. So about the sinister motive, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, I may not be able to explain, because I consumed the report on the floor of the Honorable Assembly. Number 2, I submit I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee, and it is true that the section that has just been quoted is indeed correct, but I submit that apart from that section, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, section Article 229(6) also indicates that an audit report can indeed be considered by the County Assembly, but the Article 229 indicates that it is clear that the audit report is final. So in this regard, I want to submit that in the audit report, it was clearly indicated that the management of the county government of Meru was in breach of the law. So I do not really feel that the County Assembly could have said the management is not in the breach of the law. Then the next questions from Senator Kenyua. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators, the video about 86 million, the governor talks about a contribution of 86 million. About the 60 million, the governor is not giving two, in the video the governor is not giving two amounts. She only said if that money is not above 60 million, then those who are collecting that money are in Kiswahili akasema ni wakora na ni wezi. That is what she insinuated. She did not give two figures, Honorable Senator. And I believe it is the governor that can speak for herself, whether she was taken out of context or not. But I submit that in the video that I am talking, I submit that video, Honorable Senators and Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators, it was a media interview that I had taken for more than an hour. I had taken more than an hour to do that media interview. Although I said I cannot remember the dates, I submit that I had talked about so many governance issues that if that video was played in full, I would be able to explain the context, the circumstances under which I made that comment. That is why I feel it was out of context. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You have answered the questions. Senator Okech Eddy and Senator Mundigi, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. and I know it has been a long day. Witness, I'll be brief. Two brief questions. You have confirmed that you belong to the Committee of Park in the Assembly.
Indeed.
I wanted to know, in your own understanding and your own knowledge, whether all the MCAs in Meru County, those who voted for and those who have voted against this impeachment, in your best of knowledge, all belongs to committees. And if they don't belongs to any committees, would you advise this House under what circumstances those that don't belong, don't belong? And then the last question is on PAC, still on PAC. The question that you were asked by Senator Sosi is still not exhaustive to me. And if you look at Article 2298 of the Constitution, read together with Section 31(5) in particular of the Public Audit Act, the question is more of the responsibility to you as a member of PAC and to the Assembly as a whole, that in your best of knowledge, this is your evidence in chief, in your best knowledge possible, was this report considered and thereafter?
Senator Ed, your time is up. Senator Mudige.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Mheshimiwa, swali langu ni kuhusu kilimo. Mambo katika kaunti zote, kila kaunti iko na kamati ya kilimo na mifugo. Ng'ombe 20 ilikufa na ng'ombe moja ilikuwa inatoka shilingi 1200 kwa kijiji moja, na kila kijiji iko na mbuzi na kondoo, pia hata ngamia, hata punda. Wakati ugonjwa iliingia mpaka ilishika isile vitu. Swali langu, mliweza kama ile kamati ya kilimo na mifugo iliweza kutembea kona zote katika Meru County na kufanya hesabu kuona ni mifugo ngapi imekufa, ndio tuweze kujua kama uchumi wa Meru mlikuwa naisaidia ama ilikuwa narudi chini, kwa sababu kulingana na ng'ombe 20 kwa shilingi 1200, hiyo ni milioni 4. Ukihesabu kwa county, kwa wondi zenu mko na wondi 45, hiyo pesa inakuja kiwango ya juu sana. Mliweza kufanya hesabu, mliweza kupata wakati wa kusaidia ama mlifanya namna gani ndio muweze kuinua uchumi wa Meru juu ya hizi mifugo? Asante, Bwana Speaker.
Madam Zipora, respond to those questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators. I would want to confirm that about the committees, about the members of the County Assembly who did not support this impeachment and their membership in the committees, I would want to confirm that all the members who did not support this impeachment are in committees, Honorable Speaker and members. And as I said in the morning, I can start with the first committee, the Select Committee on Budget, in our volume 6 of the County Assembly documents. The County Assembly documents. Number 1, we have Honorable Jacob Muirigi Modhuri, who is the chairperson of the Budget Committee, and he did not support this impeachment. He did not support this impeachment. Then we have on the same list, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, we have, and actually they voted against this impeachment. Number 14 on page 7 of volume 6, we have an Honorable Member, Martin Kimathi Moriongi, Honorable Member for Timau. He is a member of the Budget Committee and did not support the impeachment of the governor of Meru. On that list, Honorable Speaker and members, the last one is Honorable Jennifer McKenna Morogocho. She voted against this motion and she's a member of the Budget Committee. If you allow me, I can go to the other committees, Honorable Speaker and members, and I submit there is no member of the County Assembly.
I am speaking to you. You do not need to go to those other committees.
I'm sorry, Honorable Chair. I'm sorry.
Proceed to the next.
Yes. On the other issue of the PAC section, that one, Honorable members, I stand guided. Section 30. Sorry, the Honorable Senator can just repeat that question and give me the section that he referred to. I'm sorry I did not get it right, Honorable Chair.
Senator Eddie, do you want to give
yes, please,
sections and the relevant article of the Constitution?
Yes.
Chair, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very fast. I referred to section 229, subsection 8 of the Constitution, and Public Audits Act, section 31(5). And it's a very simple question. It's a matter of responsibility over such report that is supposed to be considered, debated, and action taken about it by the Assembly. I'm asking you, in your base of knowledge, both in your committee that you sit in and the Assembly, did you consider this, debate it, and took action on that particular report, which is your report, which is actually your evidence in chief in this matter? If not so, are you inviting the Senate to do the work of the Assembly?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I earlier on submitted that even if the audit report indeed should be considered by the County Assembly, still Article 229(6) is very clear that the audit report is final. And under no circumstances, in my own opinion, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators, the County Assembly of Meru can negate a decision that has been made in the Auditor General's report. My view.
All right, respond to the second set of questions. That was actually one question by Senator Mundige.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The question on the loss of around 4 million, because the farmer is talking about the 200,020 cows. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, personally I don't belong to the Agriculture Committee, but I can say that a number of reports have been tabled in the County Assembly in respect to management of livestock and livestock development and other aspects of agricultural activities in Meru County. And I cannot single out one that is specifically for the lost animals, but I can assure this House a number of reports have been tabled in the County Assembly of Meru, considered recommendations given to the County Executive, and they all await implementation. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Zipporah. Honorable members, just for purposes of time management, I have got an indication that certain members have got questions with regards to the other witnesses other than the witness on the stand. I would like to know for purposes of now allowing who to speak from the dashboard, because I have got only one so far and we have expended 30 minutes of the 1 hour that is available. So kindly give that indication so that we can get to know how to manage the time with Madam Zipporah. For now, Senator Beth Siongol and Senator Munkatana, in that order, can ask their questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask Honorable Zipporah 2 questions. But before I ask the questions, Mr. Speaker, allow me to make this declaration. It is interesting.
Senator Beth, ask the question.
It is interesting, Mr. Speaker, for a woman to bring a motion against another woman, and also to line up 3 women witnesses against another woman. The first question, in regards to video VKM 09. Madam Zipporah, you declared the county, the governor's seat vacant. The question is, I know you are not speaking for IEBC anyway, but I want to ask, if you have been operating as a member of county assembly and with other members of county assembly, have you been acting on a county that has no governor? Secondly, on the fire that was on your compound, did you say that the watchman was the one who was taking the video? Thank you.
Senator Munkatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The clarification I was seeking, Mr. Speaker,
is that maybe first I want to say it pains me as Senator for Tana River, and it pains this Senate indeed that we are where we are again on this matter. And we want to help the people of Meru. Sincerely, your video
Senator Munkatana,
was saying,
the
video was saying that even if we return this matter, you will go for 6 times. So the question I wanted to ask is that, is there a deeper problem in Meru? And do you think that by sending away the governor, we shall resolve this problem on behalf of the people of Meru, or are we making the problem worse? Just clarify my mind on that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Zipporah, respond to the question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, for those questions. And I will start with the first one. Although it's not a question, it was a comment, and I believe it was directed to me, about a woman removing another woman from the office. I submit to this Honorable
Madam
House.
Zipporah,
yes.
That was a comment. Respond to the question.
Thank you. On the video, on the video that I referred to, and I sent the position is vacant. I submitted here that in all those videos, again, I had a media interview of more than 1 hour, and because I said the videos are not dated, I could not be able to extract the videos and exactly get what I talked about. That's just a small extract of 20 seconds. And I want to submit to this House, I must have raised very serious governance issues during that media interviews, and I cannot really remember under which context that one was said. And that is exactly why I said I could have been taken out of context. I again submit that I never said my watchman took the video. Indeed, the video was retrieved from the CCTV cameras from my home. I didn't say the videos were taken by the watchman. I submitted that the watchman had something fall because he was not far, and he went to check what and foreign, and he found the fire. That was my initial submission, and I still insist that is the position. Then, on the 6 times from Honorable Senator Mungatana, I would want to note that it is not about the many times that the governor of Meru is impeached. It is about fighting for good governance. It is about fighting for accountability. It is about fighting for delivery of services in Meru County. It is about someone taking responsibility for for the position somebody is given. It is not about we chant. It is not about anything. I think that one shows the determination that we need a Meru County that is functional, a Meru County where services are being delivered, where the officers, where the county government is serving the people of Meru. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang Moses, and thereafter, Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to be very direct and go to the exhibit that was submitted by the County Assembly. On page 353 of Volume 2, you took us there to illustrate or to demonstrate that the wage bill grew by 500 million Kenya shillings from 4.4 billion to 4.9 billion. My question is, did the Assembly approve the 4.9 billion budget? Or was the 500 million excess expenditure over and above what the Assembly approved? Number 2, on page 375 of Volume 2, you have a schedule there showing the transfers that were made to the various entities. These entities include the Meru Investment and Development Corporation, the Meru County Revenue Board, the Meru Youth Service, and Meru Microfinance Corporation, which in your submission, you said the governor violated the Constitution by not appointing the chairs of the boards. At the same time, on page 375, we have the report of the Auditor General showing 699 million, close to 700 million Kenya shillings, was transferred to some of these bodies. Did the Assembly approve the 699 million transfer? And if the Assembly did approve it, then what then would be the matter of saying that the boards were not effective due to the non-appointment? Finally, you took us to Section 58 of the County Governments Act that talks about the CEO of the County Public Service Board. Now, I want to get your views on Section 56 and 57 of the same Act. The head of the County Public Service is the County Secretary. The County Public Service Board works with the County Secretary to ensure that...
Senator Kajwang, your time is up. Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Zipporah.
Yes.
Clause 4 of the Meru County Revenue Board indicates that there shall be an established board. Clause 6 talks about the composition of the board, and it further emphasizes that the Act therefore requires the board to have a chair. So, since you're a member of the PAC, as you've stated before this House, did you have any opportunity to have audit query in regards to how funds were allocated or how funds were approved? Because we've seen that funds have been utilized. Putting in mind Chapter 229(6) of the Constitution says that an audit report shall confirm whether or not public money has been applied lawfully and in any ineffective way. Lastly, after the second impeachment of the Meru governor, as the County Assembly, what remedy did you put in place as the leaders and the MCAs of the Assembly to ensure that you sort the issues of Meru County once and for all.
Proceed to respond to those questions, Zipporah.
Thank you,
And
Honorable
be
Speaker.
mindful of the time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. Indeed, the first question, the Assembly approved the funds, whereas it is the work of the Assembly, of the County Assembly, to approve the funds, whereas it is the responsibility of the County Assembly to approve the funds. Section 30 of the County Government Act mandates the governor of any county to be accountable for the management of and use of the county resources. So I submit to this Honorable House that the County Assembly allocates, and then the governor, together with the county executive, is to ensure prudent rent is to be accountable for the management of the use of the county resources. It is not the responsibility of the County Assembly to manage the resources. It is the work of the governor herself, according to that section, together with the staff that the governor supervises. 2, about the Meru county bonds that have not been operational because they were not constituted, I submit that the County Assembly of Meru, through various communications from the clerk of the County Assembly, continued communicating to the county executive that they needed to submit documents to the County Assembly to enable the County Assembly carry out its mandate, documents that were never received. Similarly, as I've said, it is the work of the County Executive to use the funds allocated well. On the issues, the third question, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, it is on the CEO of the Public Service Board and the County Secretary. These two offices in county public service, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, have distinct functions. They have distinct functions where the bond is mandated to recruit, to recruit through interviews, and then after recruitment, it is the County Secretary now who deploys, who supervises and does the other. So the two have different distinct functions. Only that they work very closely. Then the other question from Senator Mutinda is still on the chairperson of the bonds, and I believe I have already submitted that it is the responsibility of the governor of Meru County and the other officers to ensure the bonds are legally constituted. It is not the duty of the County Assembly of Meru. The remedy about this issue, I've already submitted that the County Assembly has really worked so hard to implore on the County Executive to carry out the mandate of the County Executive in order to make even our work as the County Assembly very easy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, you've got 12 minutes remaining to conclude this session, and let's be mindful of time once you're allowed to ask your clarification. Senator Ledama and Senator Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by asking the witness to clarify on her last submissions on the failure by the county government to be able to appoint people in these boards. And I want to take the witness to volume 1B, page 53. We look at page 53. I don't know whether you've had a chance to look at it. And Mr. Speaker, this minute of 2 minutes is actually doing us a big disservice. I want you to tell me what page 53, page 57, page 58, page 60, page 61, page 62, page 65, and page 67 of the Governor's response, volume 1B, in terms of the responsibility of the county government, no, the responsibility of the assembly when it comes to the issue of confirming those nominees. Did, volume 1B, did the county assembly ignore the request by the county executive to be able to confirm that? Refer to those and then tell us what that equates to. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to understand whether impeachment equates to oversight. Because in your submission, when you are being taken through your video 17, you are asked by your lawyer in your evidence in chief what you meant by it is in the business of the assembly to impeach. You changed your mind, and then later on you said it is the business of the county to oversight. Mr. Speaker, finally, which is very, very important, and I hate the fact that we have so many little time, if on the issue that you were asked by Senator Kajwang in terms of the documents that you presented, what should the executive do if the county assembly fails to approve, one, the nominees? Do those departments stay without operational? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Perez Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, I'm very curious and I wanted the good lady MCA to confirm to us, when is it exactly that she started feeling very insecure to have CCTV in her home, and also for how long she has had a watchman in her home, Mr. Speaker, and that she needs to confirm that indeed the video we watched of a small portion of her home burning is from a CCTV download. Because, Mr. Speaker, not many Kenyans do have, that level of security apparatus. Mr. Speaker, two, of the county assembly bundle of documents, there was a page we were referred to, page 31 of 173, a list of, directors. And of the directors, she said, are very low in scale, but are, acting as directors. Have they attached letters of appointments of these directors for the Senate to confirm? Thank you.
Proceed to respond to those questions, Zipporah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. On the first issue, is about I'm starting with the first issue. The first issue is on the governor's documents, or the governor's document volume 1. Indeed, it is true. It is true that there are some nominees that were forwarded to the county assembly for vetting. But immediately after the nominees were forwarded for the vetting, immediately after the nominees were forwarded for the vetting, the clerk of the county assembly drew a letter in our volume 2, page 61, wrote back to the county executive and requested for more information, clarification regarding the existence of vacancies in the offices within which the nominations were being made. And yes, that was, yes.
Senator Olekina.
Point of order. I think it's important that the witness refer to the pages that I led her to, because it is specific to the board appointments. If you look at page 53.
Very well.
So we wanted
witness,
to be very clear on that, not to say that we just want clarity.
Very well. Witness, please go to those specific pages that you were referred to as you make your responses.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators. I am referring to the letter that the Honorable Senator is talking about. The letter that the Honorable Senator is talking about in the body of the Governor's response is on page 53. And I am saying, in response to this letter, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the clerk of the County Assembly responded to this letter in our bundle of documents, that is the County Assembly bundle of documents, volume 2, on page 61, requesting for more information on the nominees, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. That was on 21st July 2023, and I may not read because of time constraints. Then again, the clerk of the County Assembly wrote again to the county government reminding this is kindly to make a follow-up on the requested information to facilitate the committal of the 400 nominees to the various boards. That was a reminder, Honorable Chair and members, on page 62 of our bundle of documents. And up from that time, Honorable Chair and Honorable members.
What's your point of order, Senator Meru? Give him the microphone.
Honorable Speaker, I think since this is evidence in chief and it will go on record, it is fair that the witness refers to the content of the letter. The letter that the clerk has written would wish to kindly inform you that my office is unable to recommend the same for the appointment to be transmitted to the County Assembly for action. So what the witness is saying, that they wrote to us for more information, it's actually not accurate. The accurate fact is that the clerk said that the County Assembly is unable to process their vetting since the offices have been occupied by other occupants.
Madam Zipporah, kindly restrict yourself to the contents of the letter in responding to that particular question, and be very, very mindful of the time that is already out now.
Well, guided Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, I read the second letter. Maybe the Honorable member was in the first letter. I'm sorry about that. But my submission is that despite the constant communication, the information was not provided, so it became difficult for the County Assembly of Meru to continue with the process. On the second question, sorry for that, honorable members. On the second question from Senator Orekina, on whether impeachment is oversight. The impeachment of a governor is based on violations of the Constitution and other violations of other laws. And in my own opinion, I describe impeachment as part of the oversight, in my own opinion. Then I believe there's no other question from Honorable Senator Rekina. Then I got questions from Honorable Tobiko through the Honorable Speaker and Honorable members. I submit that I did not I did not install a CCTV just because of these insecurities, but my home has been under surveillance of the CCTV camera for the last 5 years. I also submit that I did not secure the services of a watchman because of this. The watchman has worked for me for a number of years. And maybe I can paraphrase it.
Zipporah, proceed to conclude on that response to the
Sorry.
question.
Yes, I can say that my home has always been guarded by a watchman. Since I established it in the year 2003. The year 2003, there has been a watchman, although not the same person.
You
there
have
has
already
always been-
answered the question,
Yes.
Madam Zipporah.
Yes.
And you're done?
I'm not done. I have the last one.
Conclude in under 1 minute.
Honorable Chair, the last one is on the directors. I confirm that the document that I've presented in this House is an official document that was submitted to the Honorable House by the CCM, Public Service, Legal Affairs and Legal Affairs. It's an official document that was adopted in the House. So I believed I did not need to have appointment letters because that is a document that was submitted to the House by the CCM in the summons, and therefore the County Assembly adopts it as an authentic document. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Madam Zipporah. Now, honorable members, we have fully utilized the 1 hour that had been granted for purposes of clarifications. And therefore, as I directed earlier on, everyone had requested to seek clarification. We cannot be here until midnight. We can't be here. We must limit and manage our time. So that session is done. Madam Zipporah, you are excused from this point. And honorable members, we are proceeding to the next honorable members' order. The chair is speaking. Senator Cherargei, order please. Senator Omogeni, order please. We are closing on that part. We have discharged the witness, and that session is concluded. Honorable members, the next session is with regard to the second witness who'd been summoned. We stood him down for purposes of the document that he was to rely on to be circulated, and that is the witness whom I would like to. Very well. Just confirmation, there is the second witness whom we'll need to call upon, Ms. Kawira Mwangaza. Very well, take the stand. And for members to seek clarifications, we will do this section immediately. and thereafter we go back to the witness whom we stood down. All right, members, with regard to the witnesses who've testified, we've got Madam Kawira Mwangaza and Linda Kaki. We will take 15 minutes to seek clarifications with the witness who is on the dock right now, and another 15 minutes with Linda Kaki. Then, once we are done with the two, we deal with Jacob Kirari. So for those who are unable to seek clarifications with the previous witness, this could be an opportunity with the other two witnesses to seek any additional clarifications. And I have got from the dashboard Senator Okoiti Omtata,
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity. Although I had really prepared to ask the previous witness the questions that I had, but with your direction, I won't hesitate to ask the Land Council, who was before us here. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, why is the other witness that were...
Senator Okoiti.
Yes.
Resume your seat, please. Resume your seat, Senator Okoiti. Honorable members, the witness who is now on the stand is Kawira Mwangaza. If you have any question, any clarification from her, this is the opportunity. And from my dashboard, the person who was ahead was Senator Okoiti. If you have a question to the witness, proceed. If you don't have, I'll ask Senator Samson Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, understanding order number 1 of the standing orders of the Senate.
Order, Senator Cherargei.
Just this is my time. I thought I could use the way
Order,
I want.
Senator Cherargei. Are you asking a question?
Yes, I'm asking a
Proceed
question.
to ask the witness any question.
But your guidance, because understanding order number 1, which is part of our rules and regulation, if we do not have questions, the mover of the motion was the key witness that we wanted to seek clarification. So,
Very
Mr.
well.
Speaker, you know that will affect our judgment at the end of this proceedings, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Cherargei,
which will
take
be
your
very
seat.
unfair.
Resume your seat. I give further guidance.
Mr. Speaker, but these are the standing orders.
Senator Cherargei,
They are not
resume your
strange
seat.
to the House.
Resume your seat. I give further guidance to the House.
Yeah, please.
If you have got no question to the witness with on the stand, you may sign out. If you have, remain so that I give you the opportunity to ask those questions. Sign out if you have got no clarification to seek from the witness. Clear the screen. I still have members, so I'll give those who are still on the screen. Senator Joyce. All right. Senator Hamida Kibwana. Very well. I will discharge the witness. I will discharge the witness. Senator Mutinda. Senator Veronica.
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Kwanza ni kukuambia pole sana kwa maafa ya
bwana yako Daniel Muthiani alias Sniper. Lakini kuna swali ambayo ningependa ueleze Senate ama hawa waheshimiwa kuhusu hii pay bill number 247 account number 040016391789. Hiyo account number ama pay bill ya matanga ama mazishi ilifunguliwa na nani? Okay.
Senator Veronica.
Yes.
Proceed.
I have asked her questions. Who opened this pay bill number 247 account number 040016391789? Hiyo account ambayo ilipata pesa 286,516. Nani alifungua?
Mimi.
Niwe ulifungua?
It was initiated by the Sniper Friends and the bloggers, but I was the one who is responsible of the account.
Kwa hivyo wewe ndio ulikuwa unaangalia balance ya pesa zile imepata?
Yeah, and the notifications were being forwarded to me.
Senator Veronica, address the speaker.
Yes, through the speaker, kuna control yoyote ambayo governor alipewa?
Are you able to respond to that question? Your question is made, Senator Veronica. Take your seat. You have asked the question. Allow the witness to respond to that question.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable member, I would answer the question to my senator. We only, as I've said again, the pay bill was initiated by the Friends of Sniper and the bloggers. I was the one who was accountable of the pay bill, and the notifications were being forwarded to my phone, and the account, I'm the holder of the account.
Thank you. I think that question is answered. Senator Mutinda.
Nianze kukupatia pole zangu kwa kumpoteza mume wako Sniper. Swali langu, nimeona katika video kana kwamba ulikerwa sana wakati gavana alieleza ya kwamba uliweza kupokea milioni taslimu 86 na kana kwamba unaishi na MCA mmoja wa pale kaunti ya Meru. Hatua gani ulichukua kuweza kuondoa maneno haya ambayo kulingana nawe sio maneno ya kweli? Ulichukua hatua gani? Kwa kizungu ile tunasema ku clear the air. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable senators, that's why I'm here today. I want to shine light to the whole house and to the Kenyans that I don't owe that amount, and again, misi kufichwa na MCA fulani.
Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, I do not have a question for this witness. However, I do have a question for the attorney of the County Assembly in regards to the same issue. It's the same issue. It's the same issue. Mr. Speaker, there is a witness, but I need some clarification on the same issue of the 86 million, but not from the witness standing, but from the lawyer. Okay, it's the same issue.
So you want to seek clarification
from the lawyer? Yes, I'm speaking.
Take your seat, then, so that opportunity will be made available.
That's fair enough. All right. But now, Mr. Speaker, I think you're mixing things because we are asking on the same matter of the 86
Senator
million.
Ledama.
So if you're going to
take
give
your
time
seat.
for the lawyer,
take
that's
your
fine.
seat. Senator Beth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kwanza nakupa pole. Ninajua ni hali ngumu. Swali langu pia lingeenda kwa wakili, sio kwa madam.
Very well, Senator Beth. Any other member? I have got from my dashboard 3 members, and I do not want members to complain. If there is none, then the witness is discharged. Let's call upon the second last witness, Ms. Linda Kiome. Senator Ria, what's your point of order? Give Senator Ria the mic.
Mr. Speaker, under Article 181 and the third schedule on the process of removing the governor, would I be in order to make an application that we stand down this witness and have the mover of the motion come back for clarity of the House? Would that be in order, Mr. Speaker? And I would request to move that motion and request Senator Ledama to second me, Mr. Speaker. We can rewrite the rules.
Take your seat.
Because there are many issues that we need to clarify.
Take your seat. You're out of order. Anyone with any specific clarification you would like to have from witness? Senator Mbugua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now,
Senator Muma, I have given the opportunity to Senator Mbugua. I will give it to you after you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just 2 quick clarifications from one Linda Kiome. You served as an advisor to the governor for 1 year. I would want you to tell this House how the communication from the governor and your response was done, so that we can be able to interrogate this matter. And 2, during this 1 year you served as the governor, this issue of the appointment of the boards was a rife matter. Did the governor ever seek an advisory from you on how to deal with it, and how did you respond? Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members, thank you, Senator, for that question. When I was appointed by the governor, I was almost due to have my 3rd baby. So her directions were that I should come back after my maternity leave was over. That was in the month of September, and I did come back. So from September, when I came back, she advised that I should work under the CACM for Legal Affairs, Mr. Dixon Monene. And she had instructed Senator that I will be working on a need basis. When she requires my advice, she would call me. The only time the governor called me was when the second impeachment came up. Out of the respect that I have for the governor, and of course advocate-client relationship, I would withhold to disclose the information, or rather the advice that she sought from me. I owe her that much. Thereafter, after the impeachment, that is when she called me to her office in Meru just before Christmas and asked me to resign. Therefore, our relationship got sour. In fact, immediately after the second impeachment, and there was no further communication from the governor until I believe the 26th of March this year. In between, the CECM, Mr. Dickson Monene, kept pressuring me to resign. So I felt that, Honorable Senator, if the governor has said that she will seek legal advice from me on a need basis, at no time did she ask me about the legality of any appointments of the boards in the Meru County government. And there is no written advisory I have given the governor within that period of time. The nature of the advice...
Councillor Linda, make short your responses and respond directly to the question. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided.
Did I cut you short or you were done?
I was on the last issue where I was saying that the nature of the legal advice that she had sought was verbal, and she had asked me to go to her home to give her the legal advice. Thereafter, any other advice I was giving was through the CECM, Mr. Dickson Monene.
Thank you. Senator Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the witness. You are a former legal advisor to the governor. You have sued the governor. We understand that is not very apparent. Now, did you see the need to declare conflict of interest in coming to give evidence against somebody whom you've had advocate-client relationship and whom you are advising? I didn't hear you declare that when you were called on the witness box.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much. Honorable Senators, I said in my submission that I came to clear my name from an allegation of giving mediocre advice to the governor. I am an advocate of many years of practice. Ordinarily, in the very least, I would have at least written my name at the end of that advisory. I came here to clear my name for future prospects, and I indicated that very clearly when I was giving evidence. I did not withhold any information regarding to my relationship with the governor.
Very well. Any other? Senator Mugatana?
Mr. Speaker, just a quick clarification. The witness may need to tell us what is the probative value of her denial as we stand now, because it is not accompanied by a forensic document examiner who can back up her assertions, because it is her word against the word of the governor, I mean the letters that were there. So who do we believe without expert support? And how do we go about it? How do we decide within the time constraints that we have? I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Linda?
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you, honorable members of the Senate. I believe that my cause to come and to make a request to attend this session was first of all for my own future prosperity. That I had indicated earlier, I would not have wanted to be associated with that kind of advisory. Number two, I got this information while I was in Mombasa. The first time I saw the document was on WhatsApp yesterday at about 2 p.m. That is the first time I saw it. Number three, I have yet to see the original document. At least, can it even be supplied before the Senate? Because I know they have lifted that signature from another document. Let them be tasked to produce the original document of that advisory or internal memo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity. Land Council, I just want a clarification on your signature. Did you say that the signature on the advisory was not yours? Or did you say the signature was similar to yours? Or did you say the signature was lifted from other documents you had signed? Because you made a reference to all the three, and maybe clarify for me which one is which. Thank you.
Linda?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, honorable members, I was very categorical that I did not sign that document. Hence, making a conclusion that that signature was lifted from other documents that I have signed. And that is why I'm asking, can I be provided with an original document? Because what we have is a photocopy, and I know with a clean heart, I have not signed that document, and I have not prepared it.
Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, through you, Council, the governor in some of the charges, she has been accused of appointing a number of chairpersons, Meru County Revenue Board, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Service Board, and Meru County Investment. You are legal advisor to the governor. In your opinion, or did you at any point give advice to governor to comply with both county legislation and national legislation on the importance of appointing the chairpersons of these corporations? And finally, having been a running mate of the governor's opponent, I heard you saying you enjoy cordial relationship. Is that still the case? Do you say you hold the governor in high regard?
Absolutely.
And did you seek, in conclusion, Chair, before the governor appointed you to that position, did you seek the blessings of your former gubernatorial candidate, Senator Mithika Linturi? I thank you, Chair.
Before you answer that, Linda, Senator Veronica, so that you answer both questions.
Could the witness clarify how many legal advisory opinions she proffered to the governor during her short stint, and whether when she discovered, according to her, that her signature had been used without her consent, whether she took any action to forestall a criminal activity of forgery or using her signature without consent? How many opinions did you proffer which were official?
What's your point of order, Senator Eddy?
Mr. Speaker, I rise under 8, point of order 8, and Mr. Speaker, and the rules that are related to this, Mr. Speaker. Where we have got any evidence where we cannot be able to interpret that evidence, our rules require that we must get an interpreter. On this issue of signature, you've seen it bouncing from one senator to another, and it's not clear. Mr. Speaker, don't you think, through your honor, Mr. Speaker, that there is need to examine or get an examiner for the signature, or there's need to examine the lifting as the evidence is being given by the witness, because otherwise, then we cannot be able to pronounce ourselves on the broader allegation of that particular fraud.
Senator Eddy, if you followed the sequence of the evidence the witness gave,
and the questions which have gone through from cross-examination to now, it's a matter of her
objecting to the document having been signed by her, and that is what the honorable members are seeking clarifications on. Your concern is as good as the concerns that the rest of the members have raised. And I do not think in these circumstances we need any expert examination of what she, as a witness, is saying, I did not sign. Nonetheless, let's allow her to respond to the questions by Honorable Cherargei and Senator Veronica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members. As I said, the governor advised that I could only give any legal advice on a need basis. As an advocate, you cannot solicit to give advice. You can only wait to be requested for the advice. When the second impeachment came in about November of 2023, the governor called me in her residence. And before that, I was in Kakamega, and she called me through the telephone, and she asked for certain legal advice, which, as I said before, I am restricted through advocate-client relationship, and out of the respect that I have for the governor, not to disclose the information, or rather the advice that she required. Soon thereafter the impeachment, that is when she called me and asked me to resign. So which means our relationship did not last long. And I was shocked yesterday while in Mombasa, in Ukunda, Diani, where we were attending an annual conference for LSK. I was sent for a copy of that document. It was the first time that I saw that document. I had to travel with a small baby at night so that I could come and see whether I would be allowed to clear my name out of that document. When I came, I submitted before that I went to the Parliament police station, and the OCS informed me. In fact, he called the DCI and they said, I can only make a report in Meru where the issue had arose. And I said earlier that I am going to pursue, because I believe that the truth shall set me free. Even if a document examiner was to come here, for sure, he will exonerate me. And I am speaking the truth and only fearing God only. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any other person? We are actually out of the 15 minutes time we granted to this clarification, and I do not seem to. Senator Beatrice, you have a question to the council. That will be the last member. I'm granting this opportunity so that we close on this witness.
Okay, my initial, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My initial comment was that the burden of proving forgery is actually on who alleges the forgery. So Linda needed to have submitted evidence of that it is not her signature. However, Linda, you are a legal advisor to the governor at some point. And you know, in the Constitution, there is alternative dispute resolution methods as scattered for in the Constitution. Did you at one point advise the governor on any alternative dispute methods that could have been used to resolve this law-running dispute? And if you did, what attempts were made?
Linda, I want you to respond to that question in under 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say, in my relationship with the governor has been very secretive. The governor has not been consulting much, and my options were very, very limited. She is my employer, and she says, I will only come to you when I need to. Limited only. So even if you ask me for a written legal opinion that I have written in that short period of 3 months, I would say I do not have, because the governor also said that I should work with the CECM of Legal Affairs. I can produce documents that I have prepared on behalf of the CECM, but for the governor, she only allowed me to advise her during the second impeachment, and I can confirm I even attended the High Court at Meru before the Court of Appeal judges that were hearing her matter in the Meru High Court.
That is sufficient. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the clarification session that we had with the witnesses. And Linda, you can take your leave. You are released. And we have the last witness, Mr. Jacob Kirari. And honorable members, I believe you have been served with a copy of a section of the register, I believe, which was shared. And so we would like to have the witness brought into the stand. We will do this. Mr. Clerk, you were earlier on sworn in, and the council for the county assembly have got only 9 minutes to conclude. You've got 9 minutes to conclude with this particular witness out of your time that had earlier on been shared with the other witnesses. And so, starting now, run through the witness. This document has been shared to the members, and the original version of it has also been shared with the council for the governor. There is a soft copy equally that has been shared, so I believe members have had an opportunity to look at this document. So, council, it's your turn. Check the witness through, mindful of the 9 minutes that is at your disposal.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Jacob. Yes, please. I'll take you quickly, because of the time constraints, to page 53 of the Governor's Index 1B. That is a volume of documents. The Governor's Index 1B. 53. You confirm that the County Assembly received that letter? Yes. On which date? On the top left corner. Can you see that thing?
I'm not clear, but is it 14th?
Well, the document is dated 18th of June 2023, correct? Page 53 of the Governor's Volume 1B.
Yes.
It is dated 18th of June 2023.
Yes.
So that is the first submission that is the first list of the nominees that was sent to the County Assembly by the Governor.
Yeah.
Of all the documents that are filed by the Governor that are in contention with respect to the Meru County Revenue Board, that is the document that was sent, the list of nominees, correct?
Yes.
Turn with me to page 57 of the Governor's volume still. The Governor sent another list of nominees on 21st of June, correct?
Yes.
And another one was equally sent on 21st June. That is page 58.
Very true.
58 of the Governor's Volume 1B. And as a response by the County Assembly, by yourself actually, on page 60 of the Governor's index,
yes,
you will agree with me that I will read it out in the interest of time, Honorable Speaker. In paragraph 2, the last sentence you say, from our present records, first of all, you make reference to the letters dated 18th and 21st June from the Governor, correct?
Yes.
In the second, in the paragraph 2, the last sentence you say, from our present records, we observe that most of the offices to which the nominees have been forwarded are substantive office holders whose terms are yet to expire, correct?
Very true.
And the reason, what was the basis for you to say that their terms are yet to expire?
The record in our office of actually nominating those, of vetting the respective nominees,
yes,
were very clear that those offices are still occupied. They were to expire around December.
Yes, I'll refer you to page 52 of the County Assembly's Volume 2. For instance, with respect to the Meru County Revenue Board, I want you to confirm whether page 52 of the County Assembly's Volume 2, that is the exhibition supported impeachment motion, the Meru County Revenue Board, the term of the board was extended for 3 years from 15th November 2020, correct?
Yes.
So it means it was expiring in the 15th of November 2023, correct? 3 years from 15th of November 2020.
Very true.
So at the time of receiving nominees to the Meru County Revenue Board, in the letter we have seen by the Governor, the letter on page 53 of the Governor's Volume 1B, the Meru County Revenue Board had a fully constituted board, correct?
Yeah.
And therefore the nominees could not have been appointed to those offices unless the existing appointments were revoked?
Yes, or natural attrition.
Or on account of natural attrition?
Yes.
So I'll take you to the County Assembly's Volume 2, the letter on page 58. That is a letter you wrote to the County Secretary, correct?
Yes.
And what do you tell the County Secretary in that letter?
The land,
are you there?
yeah,
Yes. What do you say in that letter?
the land in approval of board nominees.
Pardon, before you get there, turn to the Governor's page 61 in the other volume, Volume 1B of the Governor. Page 61. The next KM 9 Roman 1. That is a letter by yourself, correct?
Yes.
In response to a letter by the In fact, you make reference to your letter, to your previous letter dated 20th July.
Very true.
And what do you inform the County Secretary in the second paragraph?
This is to kindly note,
This is to kindly make a follow-up on the requested information to facilitate the committee of the forwarded nominees to the various semi-autonomous boards of the county government, to the relevant committees of the assembly for vetting, correct?
Yes.
So you are making a follow-up with the office of the county secretary, correct?
Very true.
And now turn to the document on page 58 on the county assemblies, volume 2. In fact, the first letter is a letter on page 60 of the county assemblies, volume 2. After you wrote on the 31st of August 2023, did the county assembly ever receive any other response to that letter for that period between 31st August of 2023 until 15th of July? Did you receive any correspondence from the county executive?
No.
So the next letter you received is on 15th of July 2024, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what other activity was happening on the 15th of July 2024 in the county assembly?
I think there was an impeachment.
You think there was an impeachment motion?
Yeah.
That is the first impeachment motion that was stopped by the court, correct?
Very true.
So on the date that the impeachment motion was being, in fact, was forwarded to your office, you received a letter from the county secretary accusing you of, at paragraph 2, of deliberately failing to approve or communicate your rejection of the employees, and purporting that you want to cripple the overall performance of the government agencies, correct?
Very true.
And you respond with a letter on page 58, correct? That is 2 days later, on 17th of July, correct?
Yes.
What do you tell the county secretary at paragraph 2? At paragraph 1, you make reference to your earlier letter of 20th July, which was close to a year later, because we are in 17th of July 2024. The previous correspondence, when you are making the follow-up, was on 17th of July, was on 20th of July 2023, correct?
Yes.
There was a letter of 31st of August 2023, which you sent to them from the governor's own documents, correct?
Yes.
So, at paragraph 2, what do you tell the county secretary? Or let me read so that you can agree with me for the benefit of time. Yeah. As per our earlier communications, the assembly repeatedly requested additional information and clarifications regarding the filling of available vacancies in the respective boards. Then you urge them at paragraph 3, kindly refer to the aforementioned letters for clarity, and the assembly remains willing. So, at all times, would you say that the county assembly was intentional in crippling the functions of the county executive?
It's not true.
So, the governor, did the governor respond to that letter? A letter dated, or rather you can turn with me to page 62.
No. Not yet.
The letter at page 62 of the governor's volume 1B. Page 62 of the governor's volume 1B. That is the response by the governor, correct?
Yes.
The response by the county secretary.
By the county secretary, not the governor.
To your letter dated 17th of July, correct?
Yeah.
So say for these correspondences, I want you to check in your register, your original register, the one that has been, copies have been made and availed to the clerk. Specifically, did your office receive the letters dated, the letter on page 54 of the governor's volume 1B? Turn with me to page 54 of the governor's volume 1B. That is a blue copy, Honorable Speaker. The governor's volume 1B. The letter dated 18 September 2023.
Counsel, your time is up. I'm giving you 30 seconds to conclude on what you need to ask for the witness to respond.
Honorable Speaker, I'll just take 2 minutes to conclude on this question. It is the very reason why I called this witness. Just
1 minute. Just close in 1 minute.
Very well. Honorable Mr. Witness, the document at page 54. The document at page 54 That is the letter dated 18 September 2023. The document at page 55, still of the Governor's Volume 1B, and the document at page 56 of the Governor's Volume 1B. Did your office receive these 3 letters?
Not yet.
I want you to confirm from your original register.
They are not in my record so far.
So from your record on 18th of September, is there any document that you received from the county secretary?
Not yet.
From your records, this is the register that you maintain in your office?
Yes. For all correspondences.
On the 18th of January, that is the letter at page 55. 11th January, rather, Mr. Speaker, did you receive any letter?
Not at all.
You did not receive any letter dated 11th January?
Yes.
Did you receive any letter dated 18th of September 2023? The last page. 18th of December, that is the document appearing on page 54.
No.
So, to the best of your knowledge, are these documents legitimate documents that were served upon your office, or are they forgeries that are manufactured for the purpose of hoodwinking this honorable house?
I want to confirm that these documents are not in my records, and therefore they must have been authored outside my office.
Is it a coincidence that
Counsel, your time is up. Your time is up.
Very well.
Yield the witness to the governor's team.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Speaker, we had been given 1 hour, which we used 20 minutes for the first witness and approximately 10 minutes for the other witness. I will not use my entire 30 minutes, but I just want to confirm that's the range of time that I have. I'll use very less than that.
That's the position.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jacob, let me just have your full name kindly so that I'm able to call you formally.
Jacob Kirari.
Jacob Kirari, thank you so much. Jacob, you are brought to this house for the limited purpose of producing that register. True or not true?
Yeah.
You are brought to this house today to produce this register before this house.
Yes.
Thank you. For how long have you served as a clerk of Meru County Assembly?
From 2020.
From 2020.
Yes.
Does Meru County Assembly have any other register for receiving correspondence, or that is the only register?
We use register when it's full, we open another one for purposes of accountability.
At the moment, so does Meru County Assembly operate multiple registers simultaneously, or does it operate one register at a time?
One register at a time.
Thank you. When was that register opened, the one you have?
It was opened on 15th September 2023.
Are you sure of that fact? Answer that question. Are you sure of that fact?
Yes.
There are papers you are holding with your hand. You have opened many papers. Yes, those ones. What are those papers? There are papers, this. Remove that staple. But why have you stapled them? That's one of the things I wanted to ask you. Do those papers show correspondence? Do they show correspondence?
No, because they are not carrying all the details necessary.
You are answering a completely different question. Do they show correspondence?
No.
What do they show?
It was just a writing, which actually are non-detailed.
Yes, those writings are something. What are those writings? Okay, let's go systematically. Open the very first page of that book. The very first page. Are we there?
Yes.
It is divided into columns, isn't it?
Yes.
Those columns have headings, isn't it?
Yeah.
Read for us column 1.
Date.
Date of what?
It was just date.
Column 2.
Particulars.
Of what?
Or content of the item.
Column 3.
Request.
Column 4.
Authorized to buy.
Column 5.
Signature.
Column 6.
Nothing.
Okay, let's go to the place called particulars. No, don't close that page. Let's go to the page called particulars. Read the first entry, the very first row. What particulars are entered there?
If miss.
Second column.
Lunch allowance.
Sorry?
Lunch allowance. Second column is Phineas Mwenda.
Those entries, sorry, you're actually looking at the second page of that document, aren't you?
Yes.
Those entries began being entered on that document when?
2015.
Look at the cover page of that document. Look at the cover page. The cover. It states what the book is, isn't it? What's the title of that book?
Memo registers.
It is a memo register. Yes? Is that correct?
Yeah.
So there are memos from page 2 of that book. True or not true?
I want to explain that.
Will not explain. Answer my question. There are memos from page 2 of that book, aren't there?
Yes.
Those memos run from which date? What is the first date when the first memo is registered in that book?
25th, 2015.
Sorry?
25th June 2015.
Move to the entry of 17th November 2015.
17th.
Yes. Correct?
Yeah.
There is a memo on that date, isn't it?
Just facilitation.
There's a memo for facilitation on that day.
Yeah.
Is that true or not true?
It's recorded, yes, facilitation, but not.
Sorry, Jacob. I'm going to I mean, we're just starting.
It's true.
It is true.
Yeah.
After that memo entered in that register on 17th November 2015, when is the next entry of any memo or letter in that register?
We close it, yeah?
I've asked you a simple and straightforward question.
No other in respect to facilitation.
What other entry is entered in that book?
Other entries as from 15th November actually is from
of which year?
2023.
2023.
That is the time.
There is no entry of a memo being received in that register from 17th November 2015 to 15th November 2023, a period of 8 years. True or not true?
There are other memos, there are other registers in the office.
Sorry?
There could be other registers there.
I thought you told me that you don't operate multiple registers simultaneously.
Yes.
So if you don't operate multiple registers simultaneously, that book was not full, was not filled as at 17th, but let's move step by step. How many pages of that hard-covered book are full as at 17th November 2015?
4 of them.
Only 4 pages in a book of how many pages in total?
This could be 384 pages.
384 pages. You have 380 pages to go by the time you receive the last memo of 17th November 2015. True or not true?
True.
The next memo to be received in that book or correspondence is 15th November 2023. Did I get you right?
15th November, September.
You said 15th September?
Yes.
Okay, let's use September. 15th September 2023, almost 8 years down the line, your office is not receiving and registering correspondence.
No, they were.
Where were they being registered?
If it were not for those particular period.
Where were they being registered?
In other registers.
So you were running multiple registers simultaneously.
Then.
You are running multiple registers in the period between 17th November 2015 and 15th September 2023.
Doesn't mean multiple. Could it be our register?
No, we are dealing with facts, Mr. Jacob. We are not dealing with hypotheses.
Yes.
Either you are dealing with multiple registers or not. Between 17th November 2015 and 15th September 2023, you are running multiple registers for receiving correspondence.
Not true.
Sorry?
Not true.
You are running one register.
Yeah, when it gets filled, then you open another one.
I thought we are agreed. Okay. When was that register first used to record correspondence? Which day?
First.
Yes.
That is 2015.
No, give me the date.
25th.
25th? Give me the date.
25th June 2015.
25th June 2015.
Yeah.
It has 384 pages.
Yes.
Ordinarily, filling that book means using all pages. Does it have any other meaning?
Yeah, it will depend with the content which you are using there.
I'm saying filling that book means using all pages, the book getting used up.
Yes.
Am I correct in that understanding?
Yes.
When was that book completely used up? To date?
When?
Yes.
It's not yet over.
It's not yet over. So that is the register.
But still.
But that register of yours, after 17th November 2015, the office of the clerk, Meru County Assembly, receives no letter for 8 years until 15th September 2023. Mr. Jacob, does that make sense to you?
Not true.
Does that make sense to you?
We just brought the register that has issues.
There are other registers without issues.
Yes.
So you are running multiple registers.
No, when a register is over.
Mr. Jacob, where are those registers without issues? Where are they as we speak now?
They're in the office.
Why didn't you bring them for us to fully interrogate this question?
I got this information yesterday.
Mr. Jacob, what is your professional background?
Me?
Yes, you.
I'm a clerk.
Which area of learning are you an expert in? For example, I am a lawyer by training. Then I can be a teacher, I can be an advocate, I can be a speaker of this assembly, but I'm a lawyer. And you?
I'm a finance.
Sorry?
Bachelor in finance.
Finance people are very good at record keeping, Mr. Jacob.
LLB.
Sorry?
Degree.
Sorry?
Also law degree.
Oh, you have a law degree?
Yes.
That's the shocking news of this evening for me, Mr. Jacob, for good reason. So we can talk the same language.
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jacob, you know as a law graduate that if facts are within your peculiar knowledge as the multiple registers you have not brought here, and you don't bring here, a fact finder like these senators must make an adverse finding against you on that fact. Did you learn that in the law of evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. So you are knowledgeable in that area.
Yeah.
I'm therefore inviting these senators to make an adverse finding that had you brought those registers, these things you are saying are not in the registers would have been found there. Isn't that invitation sound in the law of evidence that you learned?
Actually, it's as a result of time when I was told this.
Isn't that suggestion of mine sound in the law of evidence that you and me learned?
Yes.
Thank you. So let's move, let's now make progress. Let's now make progress. Look at the governor's bundle 1B. 1B. My assistant will show you.
Oh.
My assistant will show you. That is a letter received in your office, isn't it?
Very true.
Thank you. And that the receipt of that letter is not disputed, isn't it?
Yes.
Go to your register and show us where you have indicated that receipt of that letter. Which page in your register shows that letter received? Check the date, because the register operates on along the lines of dates.
The register, which is here, actually starts from September.
By the way, let me ask you, you said you became the clerk when?
2020.
Where is the register of the documents you have been receiving since you became clerk in 2020?
In the office.
Sorry?
In the office.
How many pages is it?
It will depend with what is.
How many pages is it?
It will depend with what is in the store.
Sorry?
Any register in the store we can use.
Is that register full?
The one in the office?
Yes.
Yes.
Where is it?
It is in the office.
You didn't think it's fit to bring it here?
I never bring it here.
Let's go to page 65 of Governor's Bundle 1B. That's a letter undisputedly received in your office.
Very true.
Where is evidence of receipt of that letter in your register?
Also, I told you that the register I have starts the issue of this correspondence as from.
The register you have starts from 25th June 2015. You are the one who has read it for us.
There's a different content.
Sorry?
That part of it was slightly used for facilitation, but here we.
Sorry, what is the title of that book you are holding?
It doesn't matter, but.
Sorry, it matters, Mr. Jacob. Titles matter. What is the title of that book you are holding?
Memo register.
Does it have any other title for any other purpose? Is there any other title on that book anywhere?
There isn't.
There isn't. So that is a memo register. What do you understand by a memo register?
It's a register that we record memos.
It's a register in which you record memos.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yes.
From that cover page, we then go to page 2, which is the first place where the first entry is made. Yes?
Yeah.
That is 25th June 2015.
Yes.
Then we run simultaneously with that document bearing the name of memo register up to 17th November 2015. Fact or not true?
Yeah. The content we are talking about is starting from 15th September 2023.
I am talking about the content of that book. That book is a book. By the way, this is a government register, isn't it?
Not in it is.
This register is a government book. It's a book used by the government of Kenya.
Yes.
And if you are me, like a responsible citizen, you will take government seriously. Do you take government seriously?
Of course.
Thank you. This serious government has told us what that book is used for on the cover.
Cover should not actually be the content.
That book you are holding has told us what that book is used for on the cover.
Yeah.
The use of that book is?
Memo register.
That book has not told us any other purpose on its cover.
It's true.
Look at page 59 of volume 1B. That is a letter undisputedly received in your office.
True.
Where is it received in that register?
Also, I told you any record not from September, I don't have it here.
By the way, that letter is received in the period after 25th June 2015, yes?
Yes.
When that book you are holding is in existence.
Yeah.
This letter I've shown you at page 59 is received after 25th June 2015.
Yes.
When that book you are holding as a register is in existence.
It was not by then. This book was not.
When was that book manufactured? When was it bought by Meru County government?
It was bought in 2015, but...
Correct, that's what I'm saying, it was in existence.
Actually, it's not a must that we consistently... It was being used slightly for other purposes before we corrected the use.
Mr. Jacob, are you a respecter of yourself?
Yes.
Thank you. Look at page 58 of volume 1B. Yes? When is that that letter is undisputedly received in your office?
Very true.
Where is it indicated in that register?
As I said, I don't have that register.
And yet that letter is received during the subsistence of this book?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us go to the transactions of 28 September 2023. There is a letter received in your office on that day. No, I'm talking about the register. The register shows a letter received in your office on that day.
20?
I told you 28 September 2023.
Yes.
Who received it in your office from your register?
My secretary, Joy.
You can see the name of your secretary, Joy, against that letter.
Yeah, 28 September 2023.
Honorable Senators, that is part of the document photocopied and before you on page 1. If you look at column 2, that's the column in which documents are received. And I want you to look at the second last entry on the first page, 28 September 2023. So that when we began this morning, Mr. Speaker, we talked about lying. We talked about that word. It was a bit controversial, but I want to contextualize it. 28 September 2023. Mr. Jacob, are you there?
Yes.
Who has committed herself or himself as receiving that letter in your office?
There was a letter received 28 September 2023, which...
I'm talking about the second last entry. The second last entry. Yes, 28 September. Professor Jotham Mishemi, EBS. You see that letter? You see Professor Jotham or something, Mishemi, EBS?
Yes.
Who received that letter in your office?
Joy.
Where is that entry?
You can see the same 28, just...
No. I'm talking about a particular... Joy makes an entry against every letter. You can see 9th September, 19th, every letter, 20th September, 22nd September. You see 22nd, let's go 22nd. You see 22nd September?
Yes.
You see Joy has received a letter from CECM Agric.
Yeah.
The same 22nd September. There's a letter from CECM Finance. You see it?
True.
Who received it?
Joy.
On the same day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's go to 28th, the second last letter. Who has indicated having received it?
She has not, but the same...
No. Who has indicated as having received it?
Nobody.
Nowhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is the record you want this assembly to rely on to make a decision in this matter.
It's true.
This is the record.
Yeah, it's...
On a serious matter like impeaching a governor.
This is a truthful record.
I'm asking you,
yeah.
This is the record you want this Senate to rely on to remove a governor from office. Not to caution, not to want to remove a governor from office. You know how serious that enterprise
is to protect the integrity of that office.
Let's look at page 60 of the bundle. You know, I can't see clearly. Are those 10 minutes? Thank you so much. Let's go to page 60 of bundle 1B. Who is the author of that letter?
It's me.
What are you saying in that letter in 1 minute?
Can you read it for me?
Okay, let me read it for you.
Yeah.
I'll ask the County Assembly's Council to put their copy to the witness so that we use the microphones properly for record for the Hansard purposes. Volume 1B of the Governor's documents, page 60. The County Assembly's Council kindly put the document to your witness. Mr. Ndego, my time is running very fast. Kindly give the witness the document so that we make progress. Mr. Witness, that is your letter.
It is my letter.
You are referring to the letters from the county secretary dated 18th and 21st June 2023.
Very true.
The subject of this letter is nominees to various semi-autonomous boards of the county government of Meru.
Yes.
As at 21st July 2023, you admit that the Meru County governor had nominated various nominees to semi-autonomous boards of the county government of Meru.
Yeah, we received those lists.
Correct. Those boards are the same boards that the governor is accused of not appointing people to in this impeachment. True or not true?
Very true.
Thank you. The law requires the county assembly to approve those nominees before the governor appoints them. True or not true?
Very true.
As at 21st July last year, you had received the governor's nominees.
Yes, but
thank you. Now let's go to paragraph 2.
Not to be acted upon because
let's go to paragraph 2.
There were no existing vacancies.
Let's go to paragraph. By the way, let's deal with this fairly fast. The governor wrote to you seeking to know which of those offices had vacancies. Do you remember that correspondence?
I think they have record.
Do you remember that correspondence?
No.
You don't remember. By the way, as a clerk, you received these nominees and vetoed them. You never tabled them to the assembly.
No, that's not right.
Okay, let's read. Paragraph 2 reads, and I quote, "Would wish to kindly inform you that my office is unable to recommend the same for their consideration to be transmitted to the county assembly." Is that a correct reading or am I exaggerating?
Can you repeat?
I'm reading paragraph 2. Would wish to kindly inform you that my office is unable to recommend the same for their consideration to be transmitted to the county assembly for action. Is that a correct reading of what you wrote?
Yes, because
by your office you meant the office of clerk.
Yes.
You believe that in law the office of clerk can veto documents before they are tabled before the assembly?
Not the issue of vetting. It is the issue of procedure.
So which procedural step had been failed?
Under Section 6 of Appointment Act, Counter Approval Act.
Let's go to the next paragraph. You said this is largely because we observe that there may be missing information on the status of the offices the nominees have been nominated to occupy. Are we clear at that point? Yes?
Yes.
Which offices are these you are referring to?
These semi-autonomous bodies.
Sorry?
The semi-autonomous bodies.
Which ones? Give us their names.
Nominees like the revenue board and the rest.
Sorry?
Nominees for revenue board and other agencies.
Mr. Clark,
yes.
Did you ever table this letter from the governor's office to the county assembly?
Yes, it was.
Where is the memo tabling them?
We never tabled this one when we wanted the clarification. When a letter is received in the office of the clerk, as a matter of procedure, the clerk has to check the compliance of that letter.
You know, you are dealing with
we can now forward to the speaker.
You are dealing with the House of Parliament, Mr. Jacob.
Very well.
Are you aware that when letters are tabled, they're actually endorsed as tabled? They're actually endorsed on the first. You see an endorsement.
That stage was not yet. When they come to the office of the speaker, as per the law, they are public appointments, Counter Assembly Approval Act, Section 6(4).
Now let's move to the next.
All these documents has to be lodged through the office of the clerk.
Let's move to the next stage. You say from our present records, we observe that most of the offices, not all of them, most of the offices which nominations have been forwarded to have substantive holders. Now, which are those most that had substantive holders, and which are those least that didn't have substantive holders?
According to the County Assembly record,
I've asked you I want you names of offices. Which are those most that had substantive holders? Which are those least that didn't have substantive holders?
yeah, when we checked, according to what we approved.
Give me the names so that we identify the most. Sorry?
But they are there in record.
Which ones? We want to know. This Senate must make a decision factually.
Like the microfinance.
Who was the office holder?
The board.
Who are the office holders?
The board is there in the law.
Who are the office holders?
I don't remember of it.
Does your letter tell us which office was still occupied by anyone? That letter.
By that time.
That letter, does it tell us which office was still held by an office holder?
No, but
you find that to be proper correspondence without
out
particulars.
Of what they submitted, of
in
course.
good conscience, you find that to be proper correspondence without particulars.
But they know what they submitted.
You, as a clerk, the CEO of Meru County Assembly, find that to be proper correspondence without particulars. You find it to be good correspondence.
Yeah, the communication.
Do you regret this kind of correspondence?
Not at all.
Without particulars, you can stand by it.
Yeah, I can stand by it.
You wanted the governor to take remedial action for something you have not given any specifics.
The county secretary.
The county secretary was corresponding for the governor. It was from the office of governor. Do you remember that?
Very true.
Thanks. You wanted the governor to take remedial action for something you have not particularized.
Of course.
You, Jacob, wanted the governor Meru County to take remedial action for something you have not particularized. Is that correct?
I told you what.
Did you particularize?
We questioned what they said.
Did you particularize which office is occupied? You did not.
Yeah.
So you wanted the governor to take remedial action for something you have not particularized?
Yeah, he could have inquired.
Mr. Jacob, when will you people end this manifest malice against this governor? When do you propose to end it?
What?
When do you propose to end this manifest malice against this governor?
No malice to governor. Me.
When do you propose to end it?
Who?
You.
I'm not supposed even to handle such a situation.
Sorry?
I'm an officer. I'm not a politician.
Correct. So
Yes,
when do you propose to end this malice against the governor?
There is no malice to the governor.
You want to say that it is the right thing to do to ask the governor to take remedial action for boards that you have not specified, whose people who you are saying are occupying the offices are not specified.
That cannot limit the big responsibility from the other office to inquire even more.
Did you have a responsibility?
Council Longoya, your time is up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rest at that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, may I then request that the Senate retains the original register, because what the copies they have and the register, the physical one, from my questions you can tell there's a big discrepancy.
That point is noted. We'll make appropriate arrangements for that. Council for the Assembly. Council for the Assembly. You recall that your time is up. I believe then that you do not expect any opportunity other than the discretion of the chair to permit you in the shortest time possible if there is any re-exam.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I kindly beg your indulgence that you humbly allow me to ask a few questions in re-exam.
Mr. Speaker, I may have to raise on that issue because there's something called equality of arms. The County Assembly had 3 hours and 10 minutes to deal with their first witness. We were given 1 hour strictly with no extension. The 20 minutes we were given ate into our time of cross-examining the other witnesses. Mr. Speaker, it would be impossible for the public following these proceedings to get a feeling that there is a even-handedness if this county government is added 1 more minute. You notice, Mr. Speaker, I stopped my question in between. I stopped my question in the tracks when you stopped me. This county government is the real author of all misfortunes of time mismanagement today, the 19th day of August, 2023.
You've made your point.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I urge that you deny them that.
You must have noted the fact that I notified the council that they didn't have any extra time because they ate into their time in the earlier proceedings. But nonetheless, I will exercise my discretion. I'll allow you 2 minutes both to ask and to respond. So it will be up to you to decide how to utilize the 2 minutes, whether to ask the question or whether to allow the witness to get an opportunity to respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. My name is Eric Morioki. Mr. Witness, in your exam, what was that book used for and at what date?
Actually, this book was from September, has been used for correspondences that are received and that goes out of the office.
Now, you were asked about some documents appearing on pages 59 and 60, the ones that their authenticity is not controverted.
Very true.
In response to that question, or in follow-up to that question, I wanted to look at pages 54, 55, and 56 of the Governor's 1B.
Yes.
Are those documents that were received by your office?
They are not. It's a forged document.
Are the issues of confusion or the issues of the dates in that book in any way an answer to those forgeries and those documents that were never received by you?
Yeah, in my record, they were never received in my office.
And my question is, the questions you have been asked here about that book, are they in any way an answer to those forged documents that you have referred
Not
to?
at all. They are meant actually to divert this criminal activity which was going on.
Now, when did you become the clerk?
2019, that is 2020.
And why are the first few pages of that book stapled?
Actually, it's as a result of when the secretary possibly were using this one and found.
Honorable members, we've got 18 minutes to the close of the day, and you are all aware that we cannot go beyond midnight. I know members have got questions or clarifications they might need to have with the witness, and we should do this in under 10 minutes to allow us to adjourn the session in good time. I have got requests on the dashboard from among the members, and we will end when time ends. So I'll start with the members who have requests. By show of hand, who has any clarification to make? Because I'm very sure it's not all the members whose Senator Cherargei, Senator Olekina, Senator Muma. Very well. I'll start with Senator Cherargei.
Clerk, mine is a quick one. In the, I don't know whether the witness is distracted. Just a quick one. In this letter written to you, summoned by the Senate, Mr. Jacob Kirari.
Yes, Mheshimiwa.
I can see that you were supposed, the letter was specific, that you confirm authenticity of the letters 18 September 2023, 2024, 11 January 2024, and then number 2, provide the official register of the documents as maintained by the office of the clerk of the county assembly.
Yes, true.
How many registers would you have brought? Was it convenient for you to bring? How many registers do you have? And was it convenient for you to bring all the registers that you run in the county assembly to refer to your correspondence? Finally, as a clerk, were you confirmed as substantive clerk of Meru County Assembly, or you are in acting capacity And finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, in keeping records of the County Assembly of Meru, are there records outside the official correspondences that are given out? Are there records that you keep in soft copy? That is, in short, do you have ICT policy in terms of storage of data or correspondence within the County Assembly? I submit, Chair.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. Is that we use these registers from September 2023.
I want to direct you. We have got less than 10 minutes.
Yes.
To that question, respond to it in under 1 minute and do not give stories.
It was not convenient for me to bring all other registers because of the short period I received.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is straightforward. I've listened to the witness being cross-examined by the governor's attorney, and I've also listened to him giving the same answering when he was being re-examined by his attorney. And the question to me, which I want to be clear, is that were these documents ever received in your office? Because when you were being asked by the attorney for the governor, you made responses to the affirmative. But when you are being re-examined, you introduce a new word and say it's a forgery. So which is which? You know, that to me really bothers me. I want to be clear, because if you look at volume 1B of the governor, from page 55 all the way to page 68, there are letters which have got stamps from your office. The governor's lawyer has also referred you to the register. And in your submissions, you affirmed that that record was indeed a record from your office. So which is which? Did you ever receive? Is it a forgery? And if it is, which statement do you stand with? Do you stand with the statement you gave during your re-examination or the statement that you gave during the cross-examination?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And honorable senators, the questions which have been asked by the governor's counsel did not relate at all to the three documents which are purported to come from my office. What the senior counsel questioned me about is about June and other record behind that. But what has been forged is those appearing as from September to March. And these are the ones I've confirmed that they are forged, even the way the stamp has been put. And you compare with any other correspondence from my office, you realize that this was actually an act of just fraudulent act in those three documents. And Mr. Speaker, because I received a correspondence from the county secretary the other day about the same delayed, that is on 17th July, we received in the same book, and
Mr.
it is
Clark,
here.
you have responded to the question. I will allow two last clarifications, one by Senator Muma and Senator Joyce. Senator Muma, you will listen to both, then you respond to both of them at once.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clerk, you are the clerk of Meru County Assembly. I believe your staff must have assisted in the impeachment process in Meru. So you are familiar with all the counts, all the charges, including the charge number 2 around appointment to the boards. When you came here, you are aware about what you're coming to give evidence about. Can you truly tell the Senate that you were not able to bring other registers that have the entries for the letters that you say you received but only gave this register, which you're now disowning because you have another one that you actually have the correct entries in. Do you want us to believe that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wait, Mr. Clerk. Senator Joyce, ask your question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to raise the question to the clerk. The clerk give admissibility of a motion to the County Assembly. I would like to know what has been his technical advice to the County Assembly, bearing in mind, Honorable Speaker, that they have done this is the third impeachment motion, which I know they have been using the public resources, and what has been his technical advice on the same impeachment motions, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, answer those two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first question is about the registers and the nomination in respect to the motion. I want to say that I was aware of these three documents only about the bond, and actually was to remind the office of the clerk to simply to ensure that the bond are in place. But Madam Senator, when I came here and got the three letters that are purported to have come from the county secretary, that's the time I realized that because I had full knowledge of how we communicate with the county secretary, and when we communicated, because the issue was actually in July, and these letters are appearing between September and January and March, then I sensed something is not right, because the recent letter over the same issue came on 17th July. So that's the time now, and it is recorded. Even that of July is recorded in this register. That's the time I realized that there was a sinister motive to actually set those three letters to show that they are reminding us. Number two, actually, when they brought the nominees in assembly around July, and we questioned that those offices are not vacant unless they advise otherwise whether they are vacancies. They stayed for the last 6 months, and we reminded them that still they never responded to our letter on clarity as how those vacancies, whether those vacancies existed and how. It's only July 17 that they just brought another letter, but still worried because the same position stood. That's why I responded very fast. And that is the position. The three letters I disown totally. That of September to March, they are not from my office, even if you see them and how they are stamped.
You have responded, Mr. Clerk. Answer the other question.
The other question about my advice as to the procedure of this impeachment, Mr. Speaker, the work of the clerk, as you are aware, when the proper procedures and relevant laws have been complied to, the clerk definitely, we usually talk with the members, but when they see that there is a breach of laws and other issues, of course, that is their role, and when they comply with the relevant law as per the standing orders, they bring the document to my office. Definitely, I would love to act on them.
Yes, proceed to conclude on that if you had not concluded. Thank you very much. Senator Eddy, what is it that has come up your mind to clarify?
Chair, because of the lack of the registers that I didn't see, and if I get it correctly, clerk, you've been clerk since 2020. Other than the documents that you have alluded to in these volumes that have been forged,
yes.
Since the governor got into office till to date,
yes.
Have you received or had any correspondences that have got forgery in nature.
Not at all. We have been having very cordial relationship as to record and the rest.
Let me just finish my question. Other than the documents that we are talking about here, have there been any other documents in any correspondence whatsoever from the office of the governor that allude to forgery to this magnitude?
No.
Thank you. You've been answered. I want to close this, honorable members. Let's not reopen any clarification. Senator Joyce, what is it that is burning?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to know the cost implication of this process, these impeachment motions that has been done from the first to the last one. And finally, Honorable Speaker, if there is an appeal case, how much have they used? These are public funds, Honorable Speaker.
Clerk, are you able to answer that question?
Mr. Speaker, we have never gotten to an extent of leaving this honor of house on the matter of impeachment to where we go to court. And where I stand as a clerk,
are you able to answer the question as to the cost implication?
I cannot answer the cost implication so far because we don't incur.
Very well, you are not able to answer. Say you are unable to answer, you do not know the cost. That should be your simplest answer, right?
There is no cost.
Thank you. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of this session. Senator Joyce, order please. Let's all be standing, please. Honorable Senators, it's now 11:57 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Tuesday, 20th August 2024 at 9 a.m.